All right, welcome to OPA Masters 2025. We're over here on platform 1. We should have our first lifter coming on in just a few minutes. All right, platform 1, we have Pete coming out. Great speed there on that first attempt for Pete. Bar is loaded for William Vaughan coming up over here on platform 1. Sinking it on that squat. And good save there by the spotters on the re-rack. Strong walkout. We've got a great first squat over here on platform 1. Coming up with Asif with a 185 kilo squat for his first attempt. And that is 3 white lights for Asif with 185 kilo squat there. Good squats to get us started. Seeing 185 again for Richard. Hoping I pronounced that right. I apologize profusely. Now that is what we call depth there. That is 3 white lights on that opening squat. Moving on to Boris with 190 kilos. That's the kind of speed we're looking for on an opener. Great lift for Boris. Moving up to 195 for Ricky. Love to see the lifters giving the spotters a little props before they get going. I think it gives you good luck. And we have another gorgeous squat attempt. Everyone's off to such a fantastic start here for the men's 59 to 74. Coming up with Dylan, also at 195 kilos. Speedy first squat for Dylan and all white lights. We have another opener at 195 for Seth coming up next. Spotters and loaders doing a great job here, staying nice and coordinated, like an F1 pit crew. All white lights, once again, pretty narrow squat stance for some of the ones we've seen today, but it seems to be working for him. Coming up to 205 kilos for Jackie. And 3 white lights. That is a good lift. Always feels so good to get that first squat out of the way. Coming back to Pete with 172.5 kilos. Pete coming up for his second attempt, getting himself set up here. Confident setup, good push with 2 white lights. That is a good lift. Loading for William Van with 182.5 kilos for his second attempt. Now that's the face of someone who is locked in. Let's go. No one's questioning that depth today. That is 3 white lights. Coming up to today with 190 kilos for the second attempt. Crispy, second attempt. Everyone's doing such a good job today. Setting up for Richard with 195 kilos for his second attempt. Lifters do get a minute to come up to their bar after it is loaded. Here he comes now. And that is 3 white lights for this second attempt. Bar is loaded for Asif over here on platform 1 with 197.5. Love seeing these blue knee sleeves here. Haven't seen this color yet. And one more good lift over here. Nice, confident walkout. Loading for Boris at 202.5. All right, taking that extra second to get himself nice and screwed into the bar. And that is a good lift for Boris. That is what we like to see. Loading to 05 for Ricky. Ricky coming out to take his second attempt. Great sportsmanship over here. Three white lights for Ricky. That's a great second attempt. Coming to Dylan for his second attempt, also at 205. Another great lift. We've been doing such a good job over on platform 1 here. Nice and speedy into the hole, loading up to 210 for Seth's second attempt on squat here. Easy breezy second squat attempt over for Seth, loading 215 for Jackie. All right, Jackie walking out to take his second attempt at 215. Unfortunately, that is a no lift for Jackie. It looks like it's being called on depth here. Loading third attempts for squat now, starting with Pete at 177.5 kilos. Come on! Good fight for that lift. And that is 2 white lights, so we have a good lift for Pete's third attempt. Loading up 190 for William. I think he forgot to make that look difficult. That is 3 white lights for the third attempt for William. Loading 197.5 for Richard. I think that looked a little more confident than the second attempt. Sometimes that's all you need is to feel it. Good lift. We're loading for Horace at 200. Smiling when he knows he has it. That is a good lift. Loading 207.5 for Sif's third attempt. What a fight for that third squat, and the judges agree that it is good. Wait, Francisco. Hey, Francisco. Just watch your arm when you're getting into that squat. Loading 210 for Dylan. Apologizing for the audio on here. We had some cheers behind me and they were enthusiastic. All right, just wasn't there today, but great communication with the spotters there. Sometimes it's worth it not to grind, so you can save a little bit of energy for those upcoming lifts. We're loading 212 for Ricky. And we have a good lift for Ricky. On that third attempt, he'll rest up a little bit before bench press. Loading 215 for Boris. All right. Starting to see the bar bend. Excellent control down into the hole and great push on that third attempt. Looks like he's pretty proud of himself there. Jackie moving up for his third attempt at 220. All right, good catch. And that is a push for that third lift, especially after that unrack. But that is 3 white lights and a good lift. Great payoff to the risk of moving up on a third attempt after a failure on second. We're loading 225 for Seth. You look proud of yourself, and you should be. That's a good lift for Seth. Love seeing the spotters getting just as into it, cheering for the lifters. Moving into our second flight, we're loading 182 for Sean. First flight will take a little bit of a breather, and they'll start getting warmed up for bench press. That is a fast first attempt. That is a good lift. Loading 185 for Jonathan. Cleaning off some of the extra chalk on the bar. Making sure it's ready for the next lifter. And that is a good lift over here on platform 1 for Jonathan, loading 200 for Jose. Good first attempt for Jose at 200 kilos. Adjusting the angle of the squat rack. That is something that lifters are allowed to ask for if they feel a little bit more comfortable, narrower versus wider. $200 kilos for Sean for his first attempt. High bar squatter, we don't see very many of these. And that is a good lift for Sean. Strong start from this flight. $200 kilos loaded for Kai. Getting nice and deep. We have 3 white lights for Kai. Moving on to Peter with his opening attempt at 205. All right, from Make Your Mark coming on. Three white lights for Peter with a strong opener, forgetting to make it look difficult. Loading 207 for Christopher. Gearing up for his first attempt. Wasting no time, getting into the hole for 3 white lights on his first squat attempt, loading 2:15 for Arnold. Another beautiful first attempt for Arnold. That is 3 white lights. Staying at 2:15, loading for Kian. Great display of sportsmanship here. Well, thank you for the spotters and loaders doing the most work here. Coming down with excellent control, we have 3 white lights for this first attempt for Kian, loading 2:25 for Cameron. Bar is loaded, coming on out. That first attempt can get pretty scary. Sometimes you got to hype yourself up a little bit. Three white lights. Great start. Again, always feels so good to get that first squat done. And we are moving into some big weights here. Loading 2:30 from Michael. Speedy descent into the hole. 3 white lights for Michael. Coming on to second attempts now. We're loading 195 for Jonathan. Nice and smooth, and we have a good lift on the second attempt. Loading 200 for Sean's second attempt. Sean coming out to take his second attempt at 200 kilos. Good second attempt for Sean. 3 white lights. Loading 227.5 for Arnold's second attempt. Arnold coming out to take his next attempt. And that's a good lift, moving quickly after we get that squat command, wasting no energy under the bar. Bar is loaded for Kian at 230. Confident walkout. We've got 3 white lights on Kian's second attempt, coming up to 232.5 for Cameron. Shake it out, get yourself nice and ready. And we have a good second lift for Cameron. 235 for Michael coming up. Mike coming on out. Staring 235 in the face. And that is 3 white lights for Michael on his second attempt. Coming on to our third attempts now. Loading 205 for Jonathan. Bar is loaded. Jonathan coming out. Love seeing a lifter get hyped up. See that smile when he knows he has it. That is a good lift. Staying at 207 for Kai, taking another try at this attempt. All right, bar is loaded. Kai walking out. And this time he has it. That is a good lift with 2 white lights for Kai. Loading to 10 for Sean. That is a good lift for Sean. Loading 217.5 for Jose. Jose coming out for his 3rd attempt. Little bit of a grind there, but we have a good lift for Jose at 217. Loading 225 for Peter. Bar is loaded. Peter coming on out. Yeah, buddy. That's a good lift for Peter. Loading to 27.5 for Christopher's third squat attempt. All right, good catch, spotters. Just wasn't there today. Good try over here for Chris. We're loading 235 for Sean. Good lift for Sean over here on platform 1. Loading 237.5 for Cameron. All right, bar is loaded for Cameron. Coming on out. All right, good catch there, spotters. Good try, Cameron. Coming up to 237.5 again for Arnold. And he knows he has it. That is 3 white lights for Arnold. Loading to 40 for Kian's third squat attempt. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, our final two squats of the OPA Provincial 2025. And the bar is loaded for Kian. Bar is loaded. Kian coming on out. Smooth descent and a good push for 3 white lights for Kian. And for the last squat of the day, we're staying at 240 for Michael. Squat of the day. 240. For Michael. Let's hear it for Michael. Little bit of a grind, but it looks like we have a good lift for Michael. And that is the last squat of the day. Let's give a big thank you to our spotters and loaders. Many of them have been here since 6 in the morning, as have our judges. And a little thank you from our sponsors, SBD Canada, A7, Popeyes, CP Athletics. They have a table over here if you're present, Myo Detox, Keystone Fitness Equipment, Band of Barbells, Pixel by Nicole. Also has a table here, Kate Holmes Realty, The Eat Method, and Thornhill Toyota. If you are here at Provincials, we have a couple of tables that you can do a little bit of shopping, do a little bit of browsing. And thank you again to Make Your Mark for hosting. We're going to take a little bit of a break before we move into bench press. Bar is loaded for Horace at 115 kilos. And that is a good lift for Horace. Loading 120 for Dylan. Speedy opener. That's what we like to see from Dylan. Loading 125 for William. All right, William coming out to take his first attempt on bench press. And that's a good first attempt for William at 125 kilos, leaving the bar at 125 for Boris's first attempt. We got a soft touch on the chest there, and that is a good lift for Boris. Staying at 125, we're going to get Jackie coming on out. Jackie coming out to take his first attempt at bench press. Explaining how he wants his liftoff from the spotters. Waited for the press command. We have a nice soft touch on the chest, and that is 3 white lights for Jackie. Staying at 125, coming on to set. Smooth down to the chest. 3 white lights. That is a good lift. Everyone off to a nice strong start. 130 loaded on the bar for Ricky. All right. Declining a handoff, getting set up. That is speedy, and 3 white lights for Ricky's first attempt on bench. We are coming to 105, back to Pete for his second attempt. Bar is loaded for Pete, coming on out to take his second attempt at bench press. Little chalk on the back to help stay glued to the bench. Good try there. Didn't have it on this one. We'll see what happens on the third attempt. Loading 110 for Asif's second attempt on bench press. Benching in heels. Soft touch, great speed off the chest for 3 white lights. Loading 120 for Horace. He will take a second attempt in just a few moments. Bringing the bar down to his chest slowly and with total control. We have 3 white lights for Horace, staying at 1. Getting nice and set up here for his second attempt. A little bit of a moment there to get that rack command, but it looks like it's all good. Lifters receive the rack command when the bar is stable overhead, it's not shaking, and the elbows are locked out. Loading 127.5 for Dylan. And that's 3 white lights for Dylan. That is good. Coming up to Williams' next attempt at 132.5. Excellent speed off the chest. Moving well means you don't need to wait too long for your commands, and that is 3 white lights for William. You're starting to see the subtotal count on the screen now, getting 132.5 for Jackie. For those of you at home, the subtotal is the combination of your squat and bench press. Slowing down a little bit towards the lockout, but that is 3 white lights for Jackie and a good lift. 135 being loaded for Boris. Taking a little minute to get himself reset. Maybe a little cramp in the hamstring. Not sure what's happening here. But as long as he gets the start command before the timer runs out, he is good. All right, looks like he's letting the time run out on his second attempt. That will be a no lift at 135 for Boris. Loading 135 for Seth. And we have 3 white lights for Seth on his second attempt. Loading 137.5 for Ricky. Just like with squats, athletes get the start command when you are fully locked out and stable. That is a great second attempt for Ricky. Nice and smooth, great control. Coming back up to the top of the flight with Pete taking his attempt at 105. Much better this time. Oh, unfortunately, that is 2 red lights. That will be a no lift. Loading 115 for Asif's third attempt on bench press. Talk about a grind to that lockout. And that is 2 white lights and a good lift. Loading 125 for Horace on his third attempt. Three white lights on that lift. Slow and controlled to the chest, but it works for him. 130 for Richard's third attempt on bench press. That's a good try. Sometimes it's better just to know when it isn't there today. Staying at 130, we have Dylan coming on out for his third attempt. That's a good fight on that. Unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift. It looks like there may have been a little bit of downward movement on that. Taking 135 for Boris. All right, looks like he's feeling better for this one. Good on rack. Beautiful. And that is 3 white lights for Boris. Coming up to 137 for Williams' third attempt. Taking the 5 kilo jump here. That's a good fight. And the judges, unfortunately, are ruling that a no lift. Staying at 137, loading for Jackie. Good control, good fight. And that is a good lift for Jackie. 137 staying on the bar for Seth. hell of a fight on that lift. Unfortunately, we are ruling that a no lift. The blue lights indicate that there was a little bit of downward movement. Loading 142.5 for Ricky. That is a beautiful third attempt for Ricky, and that is 3 white lights. Coming on to the next flight, loading 107.5 for Peter's first attempt. Peter coming out to take his first attempt. Speedy off the chest. That's what we like to see. That's a good first attempt for Peter. Loading 110 for Jose. Explaining how he likes his handoff. That communication is super important to have with the spotter there. That's a good first attempt for Jose. Staying at 110 for Sean. Lifters can choose to have a handoff, usually makes it a little bit easier. That is what we like to see in a first attempt. That is 3 white lights for Sean. Coming up to Kai, staying at 110. Getting some big benching coming our way now. Bar goes down, bar comes back up. That is 3 white lights for Kai. Loading 120 for Sean. Soft touch, speed off the chest. That is 3 white lights for Sean. Great first attempt. John coming in at 132.5. For everyone at home, lifts are taken in multiples of 2.5 kilos unless you are going for a record attempt. Three white lights for Jonathan. Staying at 132, we're going to have Arnold come out for his first attempt. Beautiful control over there. That is 3 white lights for Arnold. Great place to start. 135 on the bar for Christopher. All right, saying he doesn't want a handoff here. Great speed. We have a good lift for Chris, loading 137.5 for Cameron's first attempt. Wiping down the bench from excess chalk in between athletes. Looks like a pretty narrow grip here. We've got 3 white lights for Cameron and 155 going on the bar for Kian. All right, looks like a good lift. And that is a good lift, 2-1. 160 for Michael coming out for his first attempt. Nice quick press command, and we have 3 white lights for Michael on his first attempt. Peter coming on with his second at 115. And that is a good lift for Peter. Loading 115 for Kai. Good speed. That's what we like. $120 on the bar for Jose. Making sure his handoff is just how he likes it. Looks like a good consistent speed throughout, and that's 3 white lights for Jose. Staying at 120, we're going to have Sean come out. Beautiful lift there. That is 3 white lights for Sean. That's a good lift. Gonna have the other Sean come out at 130. Sean coming out to take his second attempt. That's a good lift for Sean on his second attempt. Loading 137.5 for Jonathan. A little bit of a fight on that one. We have 3 white lights for Jonathan. Putting 140 on the bar for Arnold. Soft touch on the chest. That is 3 white lights for Arnold. $140 staying on the bar for Christopher. Loving the little pop of color with the pink socks. Looks like he's taking the maximum width grip. If not, close to it. That was a good fight on that and a good lift. 145 loaded for Cameron. And that's a good lift for Cameron. Loading 162.5 for Kian. We're well over double body weight for bench presses now. Got a fight on that one. And 2-1, that is a good lift for Kian. Loading 165 for Michael. Nice and smooth. We have 2-1. That is a good lift for Michael. Coming back up to the top of the round, we have 120 for Kai. Good job. That is 3 white lights for Kai. We have 122.5 for Jose coming up. Come on, Peter. That is a good fight on that lift. That is 3 white lights for Peter, putting 125 on the bar for Sean. Bar is loaded. Gonna have Sean coming out. That was fast for a third attempt, and that's 3 white lights for Sean. For other Sean, we've got 137.5 being loaded on the bar. And that is 3 white lights for Sean. That is a good lift, putting 140 on the bar for Jonathan. Forgetting to make it look hard. That is 140 and a good lift for Jonathan. 142 coming up for Arnold. Speedy third attempt for Arnold. That is 3 white lights. That is a good lift. 142 staying on the bar for Chris. That's a good fight on that, and that is 3 white lights for Chris. 147 coming up for Cameron. And the bar is loaded. All right, just wasn't there today, but you put up a good fight on that one. We love to see it. Getting 165 on the bar for Kian. Maybe we're letting the timer run out here. Sometimes lifters decide in the back room they don't want to take it. Loading 170 for Michael. Good fight. And unfortunately, 2-1, that is a no lift. Sometimes a little bit difficult to tell what's happening from this angle. Going to take a little bit of a break as we move into deadlifts and get the platform set up. Once again, I want to give a huge thank you to our sponsors. We have, for sponsorship, we have SBD Canada, we have A7, Popeyes, CP Athletics, Myo Detox, Keystone Fitness Equipment, Band of Barbells, Pixels by Nicole, Kate Holmes Realty, The Eat Method, and Thornhill Toyota. Inner Strength Products has a booth over here at Provincials. If you feel like going shopping, I know I did. Give another big shout out to our spotters, our loaders, our judges. Many of them have been here since early this morning when many of us were still sleeping. And a huge thank you to Make Your Mark for organizing and hosting this year's Provincials Championships. Welcome back. We have the bar loaded for Pete for our first deadlift. A sumo puller here. Easy first attempt, 3 white lights. Getting 205 on the bar for Richar. Still don't really know if I'm saying your name right. Please correct me. Looks like something like a narrow sumo stance here. Two to one, good lift for Richard, 207.5 for Horace. Deadlifts are a little bit different here. You only have one command, and that is down. Lifters have to lower the bar to the ground with control. They can't just let go of it at the top. That's what we like to see in a first attempt. Easy and speedy. Getting 215 on the bar for Jackie. Jackie coming out to take his first deadlift. Have another conventional puller. Three white lights. That is a good lift. Covered in the baby powder so that the bar doesn't get stuck to your thighs as you get sweaty. Cleaning the chalk off, staying at 215 for Ricky. Looks like he's wearing his belt a little bit higher to give his hips a little more room as he pulls sumo. Three white lights for Ricky. That's a good lift. Loading 220 on the bar for Asif's first attempt on deadlift. Off the ground with great control. That's 3 white lights for Asif's first attempt. Loading 225 for Boris. I agree with you. Just be strong. Sean's are the future. Three white lights for Boris. That is a good lift. 225 staying on the bar for Seth. Rolling the bar forward so that when they brush the chalk off, it doesn't get onto the ground right where the lifters are going to be standing and make the platform slippery. Practically pulled it off the ground with the slack pull. That's 3 white lights. 227.5 going on the bar for William. Center judge asking for an adjustment here. Three white lights for William. That's a good lift. 247.5 for Dylan's first attempt. Lifters need to make at least one each of their squat, bench press, and deadlift to post a total. That is 3 white lights and a good lift for Dylan, getting nice and loose before that first setup. Coming up to Pete at the back at the top of the round with 195. You'll see the little stats in the lower right corner of the screen to indicate their total, assuming they make this lift, and their predicted placement. Pete would be moving from first to first, as he is the only lifter in this weight class. Looks like we had a little bit of difficulty off the ground, but it is a good lift and a good attempt for Pete. Love seeing how people like to get themselves set up and comfortable for their lift. Loading 220 on the bar for Horace. Great control off the ground, and that is 3 white lights for Horace. You can see the bar bend a little bit as they get started. We call that the slack pull. 220 staying on the bar for Richard's second attempt. Unfortunately, couldn't quite hang on here, but that is a good try. He'll have his third attempt, either to be able to try that again or move up in weight, getting 227 on the bar for Jackie. Great speed off the ground on that, Jackie. That is 3 white lights and a good lift. Get the bar cleaned up. We're going to keep 227.5 on the bar for Ricky. Just give the plates a little bit of an adjustment here. Make sure they're staying nice and tight to the bar. Starting that lift in the nick of time. That is 3 white lights for Ricky. As with the others, athletes have 1 minute from the time their bar is loaded to the time they start the lift. 230 on the bar for Asif's second deadlift attempt. Didn't quite have it in lockout and looked like we had a little bit of downward movement on the bar there as well. That is a good try. He will have one more attempt either to retake that or try to move up. 235 for Boris coming up. Beautiful lifting there. That is 3 white lights for Boris. 237.5 being loaded for William. You can feel the hype and the energy coming out of the back room over here at 2025 Open and Masters and Ontario Provincial Championships. Right now, you usually have athletes starting to get kind of tired, but it's important not to think about that and just keep pressing forward. Keep the strength going, keep the energy going. William coming on out. That was so fast off the ground. That's 3 white lights for William and a good lift. 240 going on the bar for Seth. Nice and smooth to lockout and 2-1. That is a good lift for Seth. Not sure what that blue light on the left side was for. We have 257.5 being loaded on the bar for Dylan's second deadlift attempt. Lifting the bar up a little bit to make it a little easier to get those plates flush to the bar so it's nice and secure. It's safer for the lifters. And that is a good lift for Dylan. Love that little roar before he gets set up. For Pete's third and final deadlift attempt, and for his final lift of the day, loading 200 kilos on the bar. Just wasn't there today, but that's a good fight. Love the sportsmanship of giving a little thank you to the judges on his way out. For those of you following along on the lifting cast, it looks like Bichar will be declining to take his third deadlift attempt. We have 230 being loaded on the bar for Asif. It looks like he's going to be trying this again for his third deadlift attempt and his last lift of the day. All right, Asif, get yourself nice and collected here. Take that last bit of energy and get her done. Just wasn't there today, but that's a good try. You're going to finish with 220. We're getting 232.5 on the bar for Horace. Horace has made all of his lifts so far. Let's see if he keeps this up. Unfortunately, just not there, but great fight on that. That will be an 8 for 9 day and a fantastic showing. 235 being loaded on the bar for Ricky. Cleaning the chalk off the bar in between so that it doesn't pack up in the knurling and just become too slippery to hold on to. That is a good last lift of the day. Looks like maybe a little bit of a hamstring cramp, but a 9 for 9 day. Great job getting 240 on the bar here for Jackie. Good control to lockout, and that is 3 white lights for Jackie. Looks so proud of himself. Great job. 245 being loaded on the bar for William. That was a fast third deadlift attempt. 245 for William and 3 white lights. 245 staying on the bar for Seth. Get to that. Aw, couldn't quite get to that lockout. Great try, though. Love to see that you're still walking out with a smile. Great energy. Gonna take 247 on the bar for Boris. Bar is loaded for Boris. That's a good lift for Boris, finishing with an 8 for 9 day, I believe. Excellent showing. 262.5 on the bar for Dylan's final attempt. Bar is loaded for Dylan. Oh, unfortunately, that is no lift for Dylan. Looks like he couldn't quite get to a strict enough lockout there. We're going to switch over to the second half of the session, starting with Cameron at 180 for his first deadlift attempt. Speedy first attempt, forgetting to make it look hard. Oh, shaking hands with the judges. Looks like he might be declining to take his final 2 attempts. Coming up to 210 for Kai. Break the ground, speedy to lockout. That's 3 white lights for Kai and a good lift. He is on the board. 215 being loaded on the bar for John. It's a great first deadlift for Jonathan at 215, loading 217 on the bar for Sean A. Sean coming out to take his first deadlift. So fast that if you blink, you miss it. That's a good lift for Sean. Sean G coming out with 220 for his first attempt. Another lift that is so fast. If you blink, you miss it. Good lift for Sean. 230 being loaded on the bar for Kian's first deadlift attempt. Ooh, we have a hook grip lifter here. And that's a good lift for Kian. Great start to your deadlifts. 232.5 being loaded on the bar for Jose. That's a good lift for Jose. 3 white lights. $240 on the bar for Peter's first deadlift. Peter coming out to take his first deadlift. Stare the bar down like you're getting ready for the hunt. Good lift. Great first attempt, putting 247 on the bar for Arnold. And that is 3 white lights for Arnold and a good lift. 272.5 going on the bar for Chris. Always wicked to see the bar bending in the jack. Speedy first attempt for Chris and 3 white lights. He's on the board, coming to a whopping 295 on the bar for Michael's first deadlift attempt. For those of you following along at home, the bar always moves up in weight for everyone's first attempts, and then they take their second, and so on. Bar is loaded. Michael coming on. Another hook grip lifter. That is a good lift for Michael. 217.5 for Kai's second deadlift attempt. That is a good lift for Kai on his second deadlift attempt. 227.5 being loaded on the bar for Jonathan. Jonathan coming out and getting the hype going. Nice. Move straight to the lockout. That is a good lift. Sean A. going to be coming out with 235. Got to get that props in for good luck. That's a good lift for Sean on 235, loading 245 for Jose's second deadlift attempt. Jose coming out to take his attempt. A little bit of a fight getting to that lockout, and we have 3 white lights at 245. 245 staying on the bar for Sean G. What a speedy second attempt for Sean. 250 going on the bar for Kian's second deadlift attempt. Kian coming on out to take that second deadlift. That is a good lift for Kian, practically picking it up on that slack pull. Clean the chalk off the bar, and then we have Peter coming out with 250 for his second deadlift attempt. Bar is loaded. Peter coming out. Easy second attempt for Peter with 3 white lights, loading 262.5 on the bar for Arnold. Strong off the floor. That is 3 white lights for Arnold. 87 for Chris, being loaded on the bar. Loading crew getting that ready. Beautiful lift. That is 3 white lights for Chris on his second attempt, loading 305 kilos for Michael. A little bit of a fight off the ground, but we have 3 white lights for Michael at 3:05, coming back to the top of the round at 2:25 for Kai. Kai coming out for that final deadlift attempt. Coming up to our last lifts of the day. Great fight, but just wasn't there today. Still a fantastic showing for Kai. We have 235 being loaded on the bar for Jonathan. Love that height. Running up to the bar before you get a chance to think about it. hell of a fight on that lift. $252.5 being loaded on the bar for Jose. This third deadlift gets so tough. People get so tired. You've been lifting all day. Chances are you are running on caffeine and sugar at this point. Seeing a lot of fight from the lifters today on these third attempts so far. Again, it gets so tough when you're coming up to the end of your day. Sean A coming out with 252 on the bar. Great to see everyone coming out with a lot of heart and a lot of fight. Sean A coming out. Glad to hear some energy from the crowd. Good fight to the lockout. And we have 3 white lights for Sean A. Excellent lift. 260 being loaded on the bar for Peter. Peter coming out for his last lift of the day. Three white lights and a fight to the lockout. Great job, Peter. Loading 270 on the bar for Kian.
Provincial weekend. And then we have our eventual session. And the bar is loaded for Ian.
Ian coming on out to take his last deadlift of the day. And he knew he had it. That is a good lift for Kian. That's an 8 for 9 day for Kian, loading 272.5 on.
Bars loaded, everyone. Let's hear it for Arnold. Come on. Yeah. And
That is a good lift for Arnold. Looking proud of himself as he should be. That is a good lift.
stay the same now.
272.5 staying on the bar for Sean G.
He is now trying to move his place enough for today. Bars loaded, Sean. Chris on deck, Michael in the hole. Let's hear it for final beat. Let's go, Sean.
Love seeing this little bit of personality here. Great lift for Sean. We've got some cheers from the crowd. 292.5 being loaded on the bar for Chris. Looks like that was a really big lift for him.
0.5 kilos for Chris. He is now trying to move himself to third place. And the bar is open for Chris.
Chris coming out and some energy in the crowd. This is what we love to see. He knew he had it. That is 3 white lights. That is a good lift for Chris. 310 being loaded on the bar for Michael. We are gunning for a provincial record attempt here.
All right, we have 310 kilos. Record attack and the bar is loaded. Let's hear it for Michael.
Michael coming out. We have some energy from the crowd. just not quite there today, but a great fight getting it off the ground, and he wasn't going to give up that easily. That is the last lift of this session. A huge thank you once again to all of our sponsors, our judges, our spotters, our loaders. Make Your Mark for hosting this meet, and we will see you for equipped bench and para bench. Joining us here for the awards,
Provincial champion,
Are you? It's just still streaming, eh? It's supposed to. It's from the awards. You don't want it to do the awards? Okay. What's happening now? Yeah. Yeah. Leave it on. Leave it on. Is it?
Congratulations, Eve. Today. Okay, we are now moving on to our 74. In third place, congratulations to Christopher Gonzalez. In second place, Ian Toronto. Ian. Ian, hurry up. Don't let them hold you back. Oh, sorry. We respect the process. We will be done momentarily. And your 74 champion, Michael Chencha. Michael. We'll see these gentlemen at nationals. Representing OPA. Oh, wow. Okay, double bicep. Yeah. Let's go. Aww. We love love. Okay, good luck to coming. Next, we have our 83 lifters. In third place, Mohammed Baka. Mo. Let's go, Mo. He's coming. And the Mo. Congratulations. Congratulations, Mo. In second place, Al. And in first place, Andrew Kim. Congratulations to our 83 gentlemen. Okay, we will be congratulating our 120 plus listeners. In third place, we have Cam Sadiq. Cam Sadiq. He's coming. There he is. Wait, Jason is. Okay, I'm sorry, Cam. We are waiting for a gentleman to get his blood tested, drug testing. So Jason is not coming, or Jason is coming? Okay, sorry, Pam. Thank you. We'll be back momentarily, but Walter.
I don't know if I'm all the.
Okay, we are going to. Congratulations, because we are going to be handing out our 2024 Male Athlete of the Year. Walter had to take a tough route to where he is now. At the beginning of 2024, he did the Central Championship in order to be eligible to represent Team Canada at Worlds. He achieved the highest possible total in the 105 open class, which is a very competitive weight class across Canada. At IPF Worlds in June 2024, he outshone a lot of lifters, again, in a very competitive weight class. Despite being nominated 7th or 8th, he finished just shy of the podium in 4th place. He then had a very short turnaround to compete at CPE Nationals and PGI. He again was facing at least 4 other strong lifters for the top spot to represent Team Canada in the 105 class for Worlds in 2025. At the time, he was holding the classic male open IPF points in Canada. This year, he also represented Canada at Worlds and the World Games. It is my honor, on behalf of the OPA, to present Walter with the 2024 Male Athlete of the Year. Congratulations to Walter. The person is your friend of mine as well. Two. Who wants to read it? Our next award that we want to present is for Female Athlete of the Year. We want to congratulate Simone Live at Nationals. Simone came first in the open and open equipped division. which is very, very uncommon these days, going against very stiff competition in her weight class. She came in third at the Equipped World Championships in November 2024, which secured her a spot for the World Games. Let's go. In 2024, she also broke the national records for classic squat, equipped squat, equipped bench, equipped deadlift, and equipped total. Simone continues to volunteer her time within the sport, including being out and out her career at OPA Provincial of this year and many other provincials. Currently serving her second term as the AVP Marketing and Communications on the OPA Executive Committee and continuing to lend a hand and meet at all levels. So congratulations to Simone, her female athlete of the year. Round of applause, please. All right, and then our next OPA award that we're presenting is to Simone Lai, being inducted into the OPA Hall of Fame. Simone has been a competitive athlete ever since 2015. During this time, she achieved what very few in the sport have. This includes 3 classic world podiums, 1 equipped world podium, 5 additional podiums at the international level, including NAF and Commonwealth, 8 national titles spanning across classic, equipped, and bench podium. And she has competed at the World Games in 2024, and is the only open lifter to a podium at both equipped and classic. During this time, Simone has continued to dedicate herself to the sport outside of being an athlete in ways of growing and developing the sport in Canada. And she's continuing to start her second term on the OPA executive, which is responsible for managing the website, social media, and also operates as a media director in Ontario and the Perth Barbell Club. She's often found at local events or in volunteering capacity. Simone embodies what the OPA stands for as an ideal member to be inducted into the OPA Hall of Fame. Congratulations again to Simone.
$50. Which one? No, you're not getting the book. $200 a month.
We do have a couple more OPA awards, and then we'll finalize awards for provincials. although he isn't here today, we would like to recognize Eric Willis for being inducted into the Hall of Fame. Eric has been at the top of the sport for the past 12 years, being the first Canadian to win an Open Classic World Championship. He's also won 2 silver medals and 2 fourth-place finishes, on top of many other singles medals at the 50th Classic World Championships. He's a multi-time silver medalist at the North American Paralympic Championships, as well as a multi-time record holder. He's won more Open Classic National Championships than anyone else in CPU with 9, as well as winning a quick three lift and quick bench only along the way. Eric has also held countless national and provincial records in the 105, 120, and 120 plus weight class in both raw and field lifting. He's currently tied, at the time of this writing, was tied for the heaviest total in CPU history with 1,067.5 kilos. He's won 10 national championships. Anyway, Eric is not with us today, but we are very happy to congratulate him. Thank you. Okay, our final award, OPA Award of the Year, and it is an extra special award for us today because we would love to congratulate, make your mark for being awarded the 2024 Team of the Year. At the beginning of 2024, the team stepped forward and went above and beyond hosting successful OPA Provincials. Throughout the year, their members continue to be involved in many OPA events, many of them refereeing, volunteering at local meets, and in the central region. Their continued efforts to build and support the Women's Paralympics is highly admired and respected among teams and clubs across the province. Congratulations to Make Your Mark, Emma, Dave, the entire team. For this year, we love. And we will be back here again for Central in 2020. Mid-August in 2026, they will be hosting Central. We're so excited. Make sure everyone here think about what shifts you can volunteer at. Congratulations again to Make Your Mark. Make Your Mark one more time. Okay. Next, we're going to return back to our final awards for the Open 120 in, sorry, 120 plus in their space. Pam, steady. Yes, he's back. Congratulations, Pam. In second place, Jason. And in third place, Trevor. Congratulations to our 120 plus development. We'll be bringing it to nationals. That's open mail. Oh, all right, we're going to calculate that's open mail. Okay. Okay, our best open classic male lifter. Congratulations to Evan Seymour. Congratulations. Good lifting. All right. Emma, what now? 30 minutes until pivot and para bench begins. If you just competed, please, if you can tidy up your belongings. Last call, if anyone wants to grab any items from the booths, inner strength products, with Ryan Fowler in the back. SVP Corral.ca /salon. Okay. Thank you for the pleasure, everyone. Let's tune in for bench momentarily in 30 minutes.